Hello everyone, Scienter here, and yes, I know there's a new dungeon in pre-searing. I have not really investigated it. Will I do it on stream at some point in time? Quite likely. This is not that point in time, however. We're just jumping right back into my monk. Hope everyone's doing well, by the way. I have discovered that time I got reincarnated as a slime is in fact showing up as I had hoped it would. Just not with the timing, or not with the visibility I expected, because Crunchyroll is stupid. The issue seems to be that it doesn't understand time, and so they have things organized where there's like OVAs for like one-off stuff that is hiding the new episodes of the 4th season because of the arrangement. There's a similar problem that happened with Lord of Mysteries, actually, because they had supplemental episodes that came out with that are like world-building lectures, tutorial lectures on their world building, and that also caused problems. But anyway, we are here to fight some rabbits. Yes, that's what we'll go with. Fighting rabbits. Just scanning my team composition. Should probably be fine. Yeah, it's maybe a little healer heavy, but it should probably be fine. I might be a little sniffly. The worst part of allergy season is over for me, which means the alder pollen is no longer attempting to suffocate me, which also means I've been like going outside more and such, and other pollens have definitely been giving me the sniffles and the itchy eyes, which has not been great, but at least it's not asthma.
Never anger a Norn.
Yeah, okay. We will grab that, actually, while it's on my mind. So there might be some of that. Also, I don't know, didn't sleep long enough last night, so I might be a little tired. But I don't think that's going to have too much of an impact on the stream. We'll see. I'm getting excited for Secrets of Strixhaven, the next Magic set. It's coming out at the end of the month. Another 2 weeks, I guess.
Are you hunting something?
Thank you. You have monk skills I can grab. Convert hexes. And thank you. I now have convert hexes unlocked, which is one of the skills that I need to unlock all skills. I will not pretend that it is a great skill. It is, however, notable. Was it under protection prayers? Oh, I have campaign sort. Yeah, it does remove all hexes from target other ally. 15 energy is a lot, but 12 seconds is not a bad recharge, and removing all hexes is pretty strong. It's also weird that it's a spell that grants armor, but it's not an enchantment. Anyway, it's a pretty solid one. I do need to figure out some of my priorities. So I know that there's an absolutely terrible elite that I can go capture in this area. So I'll probably make an effort to do that. I think it's that area. I might not need Master of Whispers doing what he's doing, to the extent that he's doing it. You know, one of the weird things about starting my stream is I kind of, you know that feeling that you get when you're like going on a trip and you're not sure if you forgot something? I often feel like, have I forgot something? Is there something I need to do before I start streaming? But it's like, no, I don't think so. But it's really hard to like shake that feeling, you know? I'm not sure where it's coming from either. This might get a little rough. Okay, can somebody tell me? Okay, Acolyte Jin is just garnering a lot of attention. And the Spirit of Life died and everyone is healed, so that was good. No, I had... Oh my goodness, stop spamming... I can never remember between guilt and shame which one's which. I think it's shame is allies and guilt is enemies, but... That was absolutely brutal to have that back to back. Oh yeah, I should put on my Slayer Imps title. That would actually do something. Silly me. Incidentally, actually, it's kind of good for the BIP to have slightly less HP, just because it means that you don't have to heal them as hard when their health gets low. Like they're sacrificing less total health. Kind of a weird thing to think about, but also we managed to get through there without dying, which is good. Happy about that. Oh man, these areas are just so pretty. It definitely would create a different feel bounding over this in a Warclaw or whatever. Going through it on a roller beetle. The fact that the movement speed does affect the feel of things. People have talked about that a lot, and I've not been entirely sure. It does affect it a little bit. I think it's the mounts make your character feel bigger in proportion to the environment, which makes the environment feel proportionally smaller. I think that's also part of what's going on. I don't know. It's difficult to diagnose some of that stuff. I was reflecting earlier today, because we have the I assume it's all of the previews now for Secrets of Strixhaven, as I was talking about. And so I was reviewing those, and it struck me that oh good, Corin's over here. I need him for the quest I'm trying to actually do. But it struck me that one of the things that's been happening a lot in Magic sets is that you'll see a card and you'll be like, wait, didn't they just print this? And they gave it a new name. And so it's like, I think it was a Johnny's Aid or something like that. It was a specific card in this case. But it's this familiar effect of destroy target creature. If it's tapped, this costs less, right? And they've been printing that card a lot. Like we had Ride's End. Like when I first saw that effect, no, this is not when they first printed it, but when I first saw that effect with Banished from Edoras, because I took a huge break from Magic and came back with the Lord of the Rings set. But when I saw that, you know, I was like, this is a really cool effect. But then, like, they've been doing it, not every set, but very frequently. And it's like, how many times you print Banishing Light? You know, that's also another question, right? There's a lot of times where I just feel like I keep seeing the same card over and over again, but with a different coat of paint. It just kind of starts to feel a little bleh. And it's like, I want to feel like the cards are... Okay, so let me explain kind of what I'm thinking about a little bit. It felt like, and there's still some amount of this, don't get me wrong, but it felt like a lot of times they would print staple effects, but they would be like, say giant growth with the set mechanic, right, is kind of the classic example. And now we just get a giant growth variant that could go in any set. So it feels like staple effects are a bit... Ooh, I need these. Are a bit too generic. Kind of a weird thing to try to explain. But, like... You know, Spin Out is a really good example of this done well in a recent set. Like, okay, this is just murder, right? It's your kill spell. But it can also target vehicles, regardless of whether or not they're animated. So it's the set mechanic, vehicles. This is an Ether Drift card. Which I feel like I underrated Ether Drift when it first came out. Or like, I don't feel like it was a good draft set. But like, it's got a lot of cool stuff in it. Anyway. Oh, we're going to be here for a while. Oh, yeah. Or I was spamming BIP like crazy. But I've come to really appreciate sort of... But anyway, that's the sort of thing that I'm talking about, where it's like... The set has a staple effect, creature kill spell, but it has something relevant mechanically about the set attached to it, as opposed to like Overprotect, which was a bonkers spell from Bloomburrow that's like gives target creature +3/+3, trample, hexproof, and indestructible, or something like that for 2 mana. It's like, it's okay to do some of those more generic effects, of course, but like you don't want too much of it. So it's like when we got Web Up and it was just the same thing as Banishing Light but with a different name, or what's the Detention? That there's another one that we got in Tarkir. And it's just like, okay, but this is literally just this other card with a different name. Like, I feel like this other card with a different name is a resource that they should expend a lot less often than they have been. I think that's really what a lot of my issue is. Is that when they're like, it's a new card, it's the exact same thing as an old card, but look, we gave it a new name and a new code of, like, a new name. And it's like, I don't know. There's a degree where, like, I don't want too much of that. You know, I'd rather it just be a reprint. If you're going to make it a functional reprint, I'd rather it just be a reprint. I mean, there's some amount of that you can do, but I feel like that's a resource that you should expend less often, is what I'm saying. I don't know. Kind of parsing things out a little bit, I guess, but... I need to go this way. I was just trying to get off the lake. So definitely, I feel like it feels bad when there's too much of, I just saw this card, and now you're doing it again. And it's like, they're doing it again because it's good for the limited environment, right? And it's like, it's one card, it's not a huge deal. But it's like, when it happens over and over again, it starts to feel like there's something about it that I dislike the feeling of. It's like we kill all of the enemies at the same time for some reason. Anyway, something I was thinking about earlier. I've been really enjoying Dragon Quest XI, by the way. I'm going to want to talk about the game more at some point in time, but I want to do so in a way where it's like people can opt out of spoilers if they want to. I'm not going to talk about it here. Just to say that the game, there's a lot of game in that game. And I've been enjoying it.
Are you hunting something?
Ooh, that's a good time to get that. I feel like this team is probably strong enough, like durability-wise, to be able to just march down in here and take it all. This spot can get really ugly, though, so if we wipe, we wipe. Okay, no flash you. Show yourself. Okay, I'm gonna let my team figure out their priorities. Okay, well, maybe that's just normal. Normal stuff going on there. Oh, Scourge healing could be really painful with heal party. I mean, we're not hexed right now, so I'm not worried about it, but... Oh my goodness. Can I be allowed to cast, please? I didn't realize they would completely disable my ability to cast. Oh, heh. Anniversary stuff means chocolate bunnies. Should have dropped that on Acolyte Sasuke. Oh my goodness. Mark of Subversion! I didn't... Oh my goodness. I just nuked myself. I didn't realize how much of a problem this area was because of markup subversion spam. Legitimately, that surprised me. Raza, you should just die. We'll come... yeah, we need to come back down here to kill Mephostu. Okay, I was a little arrogant, but in my defense, I did not realize markup subversion spam would be just the worst. Absolutely atrocious. I could get nothing off. We're going to get a lot of random stuff filling up our inventory. It's a bad time to do dungeons. I wonder if these guys have builds back. Well, I mean, their build is definitely designed from a time when Cultist Fervor worked differently, but I forget what it did back when they were made. Don't need that cluttering up the screen. Ow. The anniversary... Oh, no, it's just Easter, because Easter was last Sunday. Feels longer ago than that. I mean, I'm still eating Easter candy. So, I should know better. Yeah, it's Mark of Subversions. Man, that's a clip of, like, how they can absolutely get you. The anniversary event is coming up, though. I am way better positioned to do stuff for it this year. Oh, it's 400 gold probably. I don't use rare scrolls typically, so nice to get 150 pointeroos. I'm gonna just scour this area a little bit. These are neat floating rocks. I don't think I've noticed these floating rock thingies before. What if these guys dropped glacial stones? That'd be cool. Can't mark or subvert my signet. Oh yeah. Probably want to get some of those, like Stone Strike and stuff. I might get the Prophecies one on my Warrior and the Factions one on my Assassin. Don't really need two on one character, to be honest. Their choice of skills to double up with Factions is very strange. I'm not sure what I would have chosen, but I'm not sure that I would have made the same choice as they did. And like that's the exact same thing as I was talking about with the reprint stuff in Magic. But same rough concept. I wonder if this area is in Guild Wars 2. If it is, I hope it has a killer bunny in it. I don't remember it. I feel like if it was, it'd have to be part of the Icebrood Saga. But I'm going to be honest, I don't remember a whole lot of Icebrood Saga stuff. I've only played through it once, so there's a lot of Living Worlds stuff that I just don't really remember. Because I've spent so little time there, and they just don't have the, like, same incentives to go back there. I've definitely gone back to some of those maps. But mostly the ones that are connected to a world region that they'll have, like, kill 10 enemies in this world region. Typically, is what they have now. Well, I would have preferred to just get the reputation points at this point. Oh well.
Are you hunting something?
I'm not looking to do a vanquish here or anything. I was just...
Never anger a Norn.
Well, I don't have anything else I'm doing here, so I might get a lot of points per kill, but it's not like I have a reason to hang out here and get them otherwise. I'm playing with a goal here, and that goal is not farming Norn rep, although I am very, very close to the next level.
Never anger a Norn.
You can't... You're going to try to convince me that out of 3 of my characters I could have interrupted that. None of them felt the need to. I see how it is. I'm happy to have chatters, but not when they're just trying to sell garbage. Like, oh, this person doesn't have a lot of people watching right now. I know, I will be a bot that jumps into low view streams and tries to sell them viewer garbage. And it's like, no, if you want an audience, you don't want numbers. And anybody who confuses the two is doing it all wrong. It's like how myopic the economy has gotten. I don't know, like, it's just launching me into economics rant brain. Like, if you think about it, I'm just thinking about how I'm navigating here. One company's employee is another company's customer. It might even be their own customer. Horrific racist that he was, Henry Ford was right about something. That if you pay your employees enough to actually be your customer, then you'll have more customers. But anyway, like, it's good, like, in any economy where the majority of people are not farming for a living, the economy is fueled by people's disposable income. And so the more disposable income people have, the better the economy overall is going to do. Because the like, we live in a luxury economy. Owning a video game, owning a thing to play a video game on, is to some extent a luxury. Owning a video game, like being able to purchase them, is a luxury. You don't need a video game to eat, like to survive. They're nice for thriving, I will grant you. And I'm quite fond of them. But like, we have an economy that's fundamentally based on luxuries, and so you need people to be able to afford them. And people who are in survival mode are going to struggle with that. I mean, they're probably still going to afford some because it helps make the pain of struggle mode more tolerable. But like, and of course, people in the United States of America, we like to shame people for that, but never mind that. And it's like, okay, so if you have an economy that's based on luxuries, on people being able to spend money on luxuries, they need to have money to spend on luxuries. Like, it's obvious, you know, but like, there's no way we have enough kills, right?
Why are you here?
Yeah. Oh, war one off, actually. So it's just absolutely ridiculous. Like, everyone does better when employees are paid more. And so, like, you can enter in these... What you end up having is you end up having this problem where if the majority of people are behaving well, like if everyone's behaving well, it's good for everyone. But it's possible to get ahead if for some people, if they behave poorly, right? If they, I mean, this is the basic stuff that Richard Dawkins was writing about in The Selfish Gene, if I remember correctly. Of like, you have people who are the altruists who are doing things that benefit people at large, or their society at large, or they're not being self-serving, right? In that sort of way. And then you have the cheaters who aren't behaving well, and they get ahead. But you can't have just cheaters, because then they absolutely crush everything. And the cheaters are fundamentally bad for society, but you can't really do anything about them except try to, like, suss them out and try to keep them from getting positions of power where they can abuse their power, which, I mean, we've got problems with that, obviously, in America right now. But, yeah, we don't need to kill the spirit of symbiosis. It's fine. Anyway. So, like, some companies can, like, if only some companies squeeze their workers, then other companies are still paying people well enough that company A that's squeezing workers will still have customers. But if everybody is squeezing their workers, then suddenly nobody can afford to be anyone's customer anymore, and the entire economy collapses. And it's like, that's really bad. Like, your profits, like, in the short term, firing people is going to make your profits go, or it's going to potentially increase profit margins and excite the stock market, because the stock market is stupid and runs on idiot logic. And then, what you're going to end up having is, like, you can do that, but then you're going to run out of, like, if everybody's doing that, you're going to run out of people to be able to be customers, and then everything's going to tank. It's very short-term thinking. It's very, like, I want my advantage now. And it's just, this is not how we build a society. This is not how we build a civilization. It's not how we build a country worth living in. Just want to see if I got a... Yeah, okay, so you only gain 1 hero skill point, not 2 in this one, so that's of note. So it's very aggravating because it's like I can look at things and like obviously if everybody behaved in these ways, it seems like it would make society better for everyone. But that is not how people behave.
Sent you.
They don't. Especially, it seems like the people who tend to get in positions of power.
Never anger
And it's just like, why are you doing this ridiculous thing? Alas. Alas. I will maintain, I don't think the problem is selfishness. I think talking about selflessness and selfishness is the wrong axis upon which to have any sort of conversation about this sort of thing. I think it's a quantity of love. Like, love and care for your fellow human being. Like, if that grows, then, like, the matter of selfishness isn't important. Okay. And honestly, I think selflessness is its own problem. Like, people need to care about
Sent
themselves.
you.
They just also need to care about other people. Imla has a good skill. Do you have a...
Never anger
Yeah.
no one.
Anything you can do. Whiteness, or whiteout, Avar, and then do the Sepulchre of Dragonmire. That's... I'm not going to do that quest anytime soon. I want to go this way. Okay, I am going to bring a Signet of Capture with me. I'm not using... Oh my goodness, I have got some inventory cleaning up to do. Let's see. Dye goes here. Chocolate bunny is here, and eggs here. I'm just going to go to my guild hall. It's going to be easier to handle stuff there. That button, unfortunately, does not actually do what it says it does. Let's see. This is a repeat of one of those. It is. All that button does is it identifies everything that's unidentified. It doesn't identify everything, so it's... It doesn't do the job. I appreciate it being added. I don't think it's a bad thing, and deposit all materials is nice. Oh, these are up in value? Fascinating. I mean, I'll take it. I'm a little surprised, but I'll take it. Those are normally like 400, so... A bunch of these are garbage items, apparently. Right now, I'm just in a merch things for money mode because I have plenty of crafting materials. I don't need to be crafting stuff as much right now. So I should check just to make sure common crafting materials aren't doing something weird. Yeah, no, it's pretty standard. I might sell an extra stack of bones. Tanned hide. That's probably pretty normal. Those are ones that are good to hang on to. I don't think I need quite as many bones as I have, though. Help recover some of the massive funding I spent. Hey, Salty Grease. How do I do, fellow Guild Wars 1 enjoyer? Pretty well. Definitely a wee bit on the I would have liked to slept more last night side of things, but that's how it goes sometimes. Okay. I want to this one. I went to this one. I'm excited about the time I got reincarnated as a slime season. I'm enjoying it thus far. All 2 episodes.
Who goes there?
So I have to remember how to navigate my way through the Eye of the North. I feel like it's been ages since I've taken a character through these maps, like fresh. The other thing I'm doing is plotting out when to get skills on whom. He's back there out of the way of danger, and I'm throwing spells. I don't know. Seed of Life is one of those enchantments that when it works is absolutely phenomenal, and when it like doesn't work, does nothing. And the times where it's phenomenal is extremely infrequent. Yeah, the Magic Trigger are gone. I am wanding a tree. It's mostly like even remembering how to get around. It's been a while. Not sure Master of Whispers needed your bip, but I'm sure he appreciates it regardless.
Who goes there?
Bring it. Good job, Legend. Maybe I should bring Mending and just put Mending on Elias. Stupid solution to the problem of he always needs healing. Honestly, it doesn't sound half bad, though. I got Watchful Spirit, right? Yeah, I did. Watchful Spirit is a weird spell, because it's also a single target heal that, like, is super clunky to use. Didn't we fight this guy just a moment ago? I think he wandered up to where we had been. Gonna drop a thing from you. I think he has... Is he Reaper Sweep? I think he might be Reaper Sweep. Well, spam cast it, though. On your Melandri's Shard, doesn't do that nearly as often on my Ranger. Interesting. I wonder if they've been tweaking the AI for heroes in Reforged. Are you Reforged as well, or are you just Melandri's Covenant? Does anybody know? This is a weird esoteric question. There's some modularity to the layout of OBS, and I really would like to get my chat window taller. Okay. So you're noticing it on your Melander's character before you turn on Reforged? Interesting. Because, like, right now... OBS layout stuff is kind of weird. Yeah, they may have. I'm not sure how that works on the back end. I could probably combine these with a chat tab, and then that would allow me to move that over. I could also narrow the preview window because a lot of that space is wasted. Sorry, I know you can't see what I'm talking about. I'm just... The window for chat is, I can see 2 lines from Salty Grease, or the last 2 messages, and that's practically all I can see. I'm like, I would like to get this taller in my OBS window, because I'm on a weird, smaller screen there that I have as my second monitor. It's technically a tablet whose drivers just never maintained. It's something that I should probably try messing around with after the stream. Okay, these guys are jerks and I dislike them. Isn't Streamlabs just using a modified branch of OBS? I remember some vague controversy about that at one point. Okay, are we all stable? I definitely think I could be doing a better job with laying out my tabs. Or my my OBS, is what I'm saying.
Who sent you?
I sent me? Vex sent me? Who sent me? That's a great question.
Who sent you?
Thank you. That is what I wanted. Okay, Verdant Cascades. Hello, Purifier crew member.
Oh, great. Another booker.
Oh yeah, these guys don't fight you. I've been so used to... I'm gonna go, I think along the southern path here is where I want to go, because that's where the boss is. Not that cave over there that I can see with my eyes, and not with my mini-map. I have to say, I'm actually really looking forward to... so I want to do... It's going to be a while, but I want to do a challenge run, a very mild challenge run, of Guild Wars 2 where I play with the mini-map disabled. And that's going to be so interesting. Just like having to navigate by looking at the actual world instead of being able to look at the map. I wish it had an Elden Ring or Skyrim style compass at the top to tell you like which direction you're going, but also to have... Oh, I love this bridge troll, by the way. I think that's such a good goof. But also to have things like resource node in this direction. So there's ways of like being able to navigate and find things in the world without having to stare down here. I actually think this is a weird sounding take, but I feel like mini maps like these are actually kind of dubious in games. From a design standpoint, they sure are convenient. But the problem with them is that you find yourself focused on them on those for navigation instead of actually like looking at the world. And like, you know, this is not the gaming experience I want, right? This is the boss that I want. But like that's kind of what it feels like I'm encouraged to do, and Guild Wars 1 is nowhere near as bad for that. Like I'm going to look at it a lot for things like enemy positioning and stuff, but I'm going to be spending more time looking at the world. And that's probably part of why I feel more awe with the Guild Wars 1 environment art, because I can actually like pay attention to it. This is the problem. Whenever I want to cast Seed of Life, it's always on myself, and I can't cast it on myself. Yeah, I thought that might hurt. I'm probably going to drop Seed of Life, honestly. I'm deeply underwhelmed by it. I will capture. Withdraw hexes. This spell annoys me so much because it's designed exactly opposite of how it should be. Remove all hexes from target ally and all adjacent allies, and then it takes longer for each hex removed. It should have a long recharge and take less time for each hex removed in this way if you wanted to actually be effective counter to mass hexes, which is what it's kind of designed to be. They probably could have stopped the takeover of Hexway in its tracks if they had done that. And this is a faction skill. Keep in mind, not a... I've got weird hiccups. It was not like it was introduced here. It was introduced in factions. So... I managed to resist throwing Seed of Life on Elias because it does nothing. Could you imagine... Oh, imagine. This is a wild idea for a skill. I think it would probably be... Would it be Blood Magic? You could put it in Monk in order to work with Necromancer for a synergy. So imagine you have an enchantment that says, whenever enchanted ally sacrifices health, they heal each other ally adjacent to them or like something equal to the amount of health they sacrificed. Something like that. That would be a really cool skill to try. I don't know if it's overpowered or not, but it is conceptually very interesting to try. Oh wait, I can just do this. Remove hexes from a bunch of people. What if I don't want that on me? Well, the good news is, if you don't remove any hexes with it, this does have a very short recharge. It's a great conch. Weird to be running this way. I'm used to going along this path in the other going the other direction to head to Slaver's Exile. It's kind of weird heading this direction. Did I get enough enemies?
Here comes trouble.
Nope. I am okay with that. Okay, get out of here. I want my healing burst. I'm going to do it. I'm going to drop Seed of Life because I don't care for it. I am going to put Mending on him. I feel like it. I'm going to put on Vigorous Spirit instead. That's better. Getting Gore Steep Runner's quest finished on all of my characters is going to be kind of annoying. I should clear stuff out. I'm just going to stick this over here for now. I'm going to get a lot more, but this is through. If I had more than one, I'd use the Identify button, but it's not worth it with only one. I should grab another bonus ID kit. This one is getting very low.
You need me?
Kind of want to go talk to... This is a bit silly, but I want to see what monk skills I can get off of the Gedril. Yes, the Gedril.
What news?
Okay, Just Judge's Insight. They might have the same list of skills. I'm going to check this, actually. Hero Skill Trainer. Aegis, Convert Hexes, Heal Party, Infuse Health, Judge's Insight, and Scourge Healing. Okay, they have the exact same set of skills for each one of them. That is good to know. Usually 5 or 6 skills, it looks like. All of those are the same. They're not in Nightfall, obviously. Yeah, I'm going to want to run around to some of those to grab some more. Huh, you're rebirthing. Neat. Okay, well, that's something to investigate more later. Right. Let's go to Vlogs and Excavations. So that is the path forward. Might as well leave this one on now. Elias here. Let's see. This is an interesting math problem. I'm going to think about this for a moment because I'm actually suddenly very curious. So this is providing 8 per second. So this is 24 health per energy spent, which is actually not a bad rate, right? Because that's 8 times 3. 24 health per point spent, and then so the 5 energy equivalent would be 120 HP. That's actually pretty good. That's better than this mending heals while it's maintained on somebody. To be clear, not the initial investment, but the maintained investment is better rate than Orson of Healing, which is really interesting. I didn't realize it was so efficient. But just having that continuous healing on Elias is gonna simplify some things. If nothing else, it's going to counteract his masochism damage. Look at that. Just gone. Just immediately gone. Well, now I wish I had withdraw hexes. Don't I look silly? And he'll still need healing, but like, he doesn't need it as urgently. Plus, it is additional enchantment, so it makes Awareness Kiss better. Who's making shambling horrors around here? Or do they steal minions? They might steal minions too. This is the button I'm looking for. I don't know why I was hitting every other button in the game. We'll get Livia soon. I might change up my party once I get Livia added to it. I'm not sure. I usually run Livia as the Resto Bip. Maybe I should go for an extremely weird build. I have to say, it is very convenient to have the Fire and Forget. Just, he's sitting there with Mending on him, and that's that. I'm going to put Mending on myself, too. Why not? I can always cancel it when I don't want it. Okay, I don't want it anymore. Return energy healing breeze is obviously better, but I don't know. It's just very interesting to think about. I am going to wait for Elias and Co to kind of catch up. This is the area where a ball rolls through. And it's good to kind of hunker into the side. Yeah, here it comes. There it goes. Get him max regen. 20 HP per second. Let's get it at that 25th and make it happy. You gotta get that dwarf reputation point somehow. Excuse me. Chillblains. Didn't remove my mending. Ha 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 ha. Still didn't remove mending from him. He just has too many things stacked over it, I guess. It was interesting when they added the decreased attributes to weakness. It used to just be decreased damage, and now it decreases all of your attributes by 1 as well. I wonder how frequently the game is actually calculating your attributes. There's basically like 2 ways of handling that sort of thing. Technically 3. Not really 3. Basically, there's 2 ways of handling it. You either recalculate it every time you need the number, or you maintain calculations whenever things adjust it. And there's pros and cons to each of those. Recalculating the number every time is more computationally complex, but it's less prone to oversight errors where you don't update the number properly as things change. Basically, if you're updating the number, that's probably better, like, from an accuracy standpoint. How did I end up in the middle of this mess? But if you're... but it's much more error prone. That's really what it comes down to. I am going to go hit up this Beacon of Drakner, because I might as well get the free reputation points. It's like if each attribute is stored as a distinct value, and then when an effect is applied to you that changes your attributes, it adds or subtracts from that value. The other... they are indicating... They are probably... Because they also would need to tag when it's getting some details about its modification. Hello, Doff.
I'm busy.
Yep, whatever. I'm going through your thing. I haven't seen this in ages. I'm going to watch it.
The destroyers have followed us to the surface.
Yes, they're made of
We
stone.
need to
and
retake
fire.
our lands. The sun on the surface is too bright.
A wall.
Are you
A big
going to eat
wall
that?
will keep them out.
What is this?
Typical Asura meeting. You get 3 Asura together, you get 4 opinions.
Everyone, enough! Our immediate threat is the destroyers. I propose that we pool our talents to create a superior weapon.
What do you have in mind, ma'am?
We gather our finest minds. Ula would be the best choice to build a mobile spell-working platform.
I know where Ula is. She's squirreled away in her lab.
We'd also need Gad. He knows the most about containing mystic energies.
And he'll tell you so, every chance he gets.
And Vec, your work with the gates makes you the one to handle the etheric couplings.
Forget it.
Vec?
If Gad is involved in this, include me out. I won't work with that old windbag.
Vec, be reasonable.
I am reasonable. Get Rank instead. He's capable and doesn't have any history with Gad.
As you wish. We're going to need Gad, but no one knows where he is.
I know where to find him. I know where to find Gad. I'm a member of the Shining Blade, and we've been working for him.
Uh-oh.
Problem?
Humans working for Gad? That's a recipe for disaster.
I was just thinking about how they have added quite a few Guild Wars 1 outfits to Guild Wars 2. And I think Livia's Guild Wars 1 outfit would be very popular.
Be careful.
Oh, great. Another booker.
Hang on, let me think.
I'm gonna do some of the other ones along the way. Oh, I got Bumpkus in there. Unlocked a Guiding by Fate inscription. It's not even worth finding the merchant. I probably just walked past him. 50 gold. Nice. There is a monk boss out here, but it's for a standard skill that I already have, so... Elias, have your mending.
I'm busy.
It's time for a big walk. I don't do this very often, so I might get a bit lost, but that's okay. Man, they made Crate a lot less annoying in Guild Wars 2, didn't they? Which isn't to say they're not annoying, but they are significantly less annoying. Yeah. His mind, body, and soul is mostly there to be Condi removal, not to be healing. I should definitely tweak some of my team composition soon. That's what I'm thinking. Destroyers leave exploitable corpses? I think they do, but I don't remember. You can also find the pale tree down here. Or the pale seed. The pale sapling. I will admit, I kind of wish they didn't change the maps as much between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 as they did. There's some amount of layout stuff that I'm like okay with, but there's a lot of environmental stuff that feels like they went a little bit far. Does this cut through over there? I'm not actually sure. Maybe you need to go through the upper route with the pyramid thingy. So we just got off fighting Margonites. Their Invoke Lightning skills were significantly more threatening. But then again, you're killing our shelter pretty thoroughly. Hey, Mr. Jack. Everyone seems to be fairly healthy. Because that's what I'm focused on as a monk. But that's not your question. I'm doing fairly well. A little bit tired. Didn't sleep as much last night as I would have liked. But I also woke up at a time that I was happy to wake up at, so mostly what that means is I went to bed later than I would have liked. I'm looking forward to the next man, these guys are so bad at dealing us damage. I'm looking forward to the next story release from Guild Wars 2. Whenever that is. Like another month and change, I think. I haven't yet. I do want to probably cover that on stream actually at some point. I just don't have a sense for when that's going to be. I'm a little bit focused on doing this thing, but I do want to do it at some point. Well, technically I've done the quest to like capture pick and square, but I haven't done any of the dungeon things. That's true. No new skills to unlock and pre. Thank goodness. I would not want to have to figure out solving that problem. Well, I guess it's solved pretty easily. I just need to make a new, get a new character slot and make a new character, but not really on the top of my list of things I want to be doing on this account anyway. This is where the pale tree is. I might stick it in at, I was just thinking of this earlier. I might stick it in at the start of a stream or something. And then switch accounts
Why are you
partway through. Hello, Ventari. I don't know what... Does Ventari say why he moved down here? I don't remember which one that is. Shame. Yeah, that's the one. You know what? I can heal party through that. What can you tell me about this tree? It's miraculous. To believe all of this began as merely seed that Ronan gave me. He's an old acquaintance, one of the soldiers who fought the White Mantle who slaughtered my people. Those battles cost him his wife and daughter. In his grief, he threw down his weapon. Perhaps he was looking for escape or a place to die to end his suffering. There he lay a broken man, and in that moment, he found the seed that would become all of this. What is this place? It's Summon Haven. As bloodshed casts its shadow, we shelter beneath this place of solace. We live life as it was meant to be, in harmony and unity, regardless of race or caste. All are welcome. How did you come here? I had a home once before this one, where I attempted to reconcile the differences between your people and my own, but centaurs are a proud race, fiery with passion and conviction. They do not see humans as their equals. Against the odds, they fought. The humans rose to crush them, or consume those lands, and my home with it. I made my way here to start anew. Yeah, it's just setting stuff up for Sylvari. There are some who would call this running away, but you can't teach a man anything once he is dead. Only by living can we secure a better tomorrow. If peace does not come in our time, then it will come in our children's. What is important now is that we are walking a path that will lead to salvation. Okay, well, that's probably a good enough screenshot. No, the real question is, does this lead out? I kind of want to do a very different, very silly build. Based on what I feel like I'm doing a lot of the time anyway. Ooh, hey, lockpick. That'll be nice for someday. Wow. I can tell you what I'm doing right now is absorbing casts of shame and then having them removed. Okay. I take a hunt rank up. And yes, I am using mending on Elias. Chromatic Drakes might give me something to actually have to do. They can be quite dangerous. Yeah, I was right there, giving me something to do. Soul Twist is just so good at mitigating damage that oftentimes I don't have a whole lot that I feel like I need to do, so. There's the bip. We have that coming from behind us as well. Yeah, that explains some of this. You know, one of the things I hope 2 weeks does is make Divine Boon affect healing prayers again. It used to. That was very ironic to get a rampage bonus on the last enemy. Another thing actually that I'd really, really love is for Divine Favor to affect any spell that you cast targeting an ally, not just monk spells. Whenever you cast monk spells on them, allies are healed when you... Yeah. Because if it affected all spells, it would be really useful. I've lost track for what skill I was mentioning that you're responding to.
You need me?
Let's go. This is probably the way, right? Kind of a healer's boon situation. Oh, yeah, Divine Boon affecting healing prayers. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it being maintained enchantment like that. It means you don't have to remember to apply it. I feel like that plus the losing 1 energy whenever you target an ally and get the healing bonus is a bit much, though, and they should pick one. At least for PvE. I definitely took the long way here. That's okay. Actually, I want to select a little help. Because you pass by rank on the way to platform or watch it. Elect Divine Favors affect all ally targeting spells, but also have some effect on all foe targeting spells. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You could breakpoint it like assassin stuff. At 3 ranks, it sets whenever you cast a spell targeting a foe, it sets them on fire for 1 second, 2 seconds at 8, and then 3 seconds at 13 plus. Starting at 13. That would be fairly reasonable. I don't know. Elias is always hanging back from everyone, so he just does not get hit by the Chillblade spam the way everyone else does. Which is not necessarily a bad thing.
Oh, great. Another booker.
Yep. Another Buka. That's also an option. You could also just have it increase the percentage of holy damage that you deal. Which obviously doesn't synergize with a lot of stuff, but like it would work really well with Judge's Insight, things like that.
Why are you bothering me?
Which would be kind of interesting. Yeah, rank is just over here. Oh yeah, I wanted to drop Mending on Elias. Honestly, do I have it on this character? Yeah. I don't know why Zealot's Fire doesn't set foes on fire. Whenever you use a skill that targets an ally, all foes adjacent to that target are set on fire. That'd be way stronger, obviously, but it also wouldn't stack. So it'd be stronger in some ways and weaker in others. You could also just have Zealot's Fire do kind of a Glyph of Immolation situation.
Here comes
Like whenever you cast a spell targeting a foe, it sets them on fire. Or whenever you use a skill that targets a foe, set them on fire. Actually, thinking about it, it would be very interesting if it was... I don't know if I have it. There's the... Oh yeah, right here. Withering Aura. If Zealot's Fire was just Withering Aura but setting on things on fire, that would actually be kind of rad. I think I prefer that direction for it, honestly. It'd be very strong, but like... Yeah, but like... So what? Like, you're always going to be stepping on somebody's toes when you use conditions. And the thing is, it still synergizes with Searing Flames, if you want that. And Ellies should have more to do than spam fire magic spells and set things on fire. I mean, you could argue... You could already make the argument that Withering Aura is stepping on Air Elementalist toes. So... Setting foes on fire is not the sole province of fire mages, is what I'm saying. You know what? I can unlock this chest. Broke the lockpick for a purple. Ain't that how it always goes? Honestly, I have very mixed feelings about the chess mechanic. I don't know. I would probably try it at 1% per rank and see how that plays. Because I'm not actually sure what a good percentage is, and that's just a reasonable spot to start. But you just need such a big overhaul of smiting pairs anyway. Which reminds me, I need to go capture Word of Censure. I'll be doing some stuff in factions at some point here anyway. I kind of want to finish going through I have the North here, but I need to hit up factions and I need to see, I finished Prophecies and Nightfall on this character, so factions and Eye of the North are the only things left. I'm gonna need to go on some skill capping quests though. You know, I have not spent a whole lot of time in these maps, so I honestly don't know them super well. There's a lot of awkward ridges and stuff. Yeah, honestly, I don't think monks need a buff in healing per se. Now, having their spells affect all allies regardless of profession means that they can also use restoration magic really well. But honestly, restoration magic is just overtuned. Right now, it's too strong. Yes, divine favor with restoration would be insane. That's what you'd do. You'd be restoration plus divine favor. You would skip healing prayers. Yeah, I need to go down there at some point too, but I don't want to go that way just yet. There's a bunch of Asuran skills off that direction. But like the problem is particularly Men, Body, and Soul and Spirit Light just heal too much at too low of attributes. They need to be scaled. Like I think that the top end of their healing is fine for where they're at, but the lower end of the attributes just needs to be a lot worse. Like right now, Master is at 10 Restoration Magic and getting 140 heal off of that. It should be more like 100. Probably for Spirit Light. Oh, my face is getting eaten by raptors. Okay, that helps. Can you get displacement up, please? There's similar issues with the Mind, Body, and Soul as well. A lot of it is just that the spirit synergies are so crazy good because, like, Soul Twist is so good defensively, and Signal of Spirits is, like, solid, that you end up just relying on that pretty heavily, and then that creates its own set of problems. So it's a combination of, like, just how things line up. It's just, they do it too well. Okay, can we get some minions in here, please? These guys have made me really wish I had Seed of Life, but what you gonna do? Okay, we're fighting all of the dinosaurs all at once, which is not what I would consider an ideal scenario, but here, have more regen Elias. Spirit of Life is really good. That's just a 100-point heal from Spirit of Life. Topping everyone off. It is wild to me that they're like, oh, we can't have Smiting Prayers be good because we don't want somebody who's good at healing also be good at damage. And then they made the Ritualist.
You need me?
It's like, uh-huh. Okay, hello, Ratasum. I need to talk to Blim.
Oh, great. Another booker.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go Prop Prayers. Where's my Superior Protection Prayers hat? Ha ha ha. Take that, my entire skill bar. I want to run... Do I not have it on this character? I don't have it on this character? Well, that's tragic and unfortunate. Okay, maybe I don't want to run Prop Prayers. Yeah, the thing is, you've got... Signet of Spirits is pretty good. Like, a Signet of Spirits, with Restoration, is just a really nice balance of offensive support and damage, so... I wanted to run Mark of Protection, but I don't have Mark of Protection on this character. I have it unlocked on this account, but I don't have it on this character. So maybe I'm just going to go back to this weird Healing Prayers idea that I was having. Kind of a stupid Healing Prayers idea, but I'll keep mending around for... What's his face? Kind of want to run Healing Hands, but I'm not going to. I can hang out. I have Rejuvenation. I'm gonna bring Infuse. There's Light of Deliverance. That's what my main guy is gonna be. Yep. Rice Healing Circle would be hilarious. I'm going to bring it because it's hilarious. It's definitely not good, unless anyone think otherwise, but it is hilarious. Can anybody tell me why my character thought running at the wall was the way to path over to this merchant? Come on, get your A-star in order. I do like Don't Call It a Comeback, actually, in my monk staves in particular. I know. I do prefer them to be max, however, before I deal with them. Okay, there's enough. I'm just gonna hit this. Save myself a few clicks, at least. At least salvageable. Okay. Interesting. I'm using an expert kit because this could be steel. It was iron. Which is not, unless anyone thought otherwise, steel.
Why are you bothering me?
I re-interacted with the merchant to make sure that the modified order of my inventory was preserved. That button's nice. I like the deposit all materials button. Highly approve. Hi, Bobby.
Oh, great. Another booker.
I'm gonna need a buy smiter's boon. I think I'm out of. I have the north skills. Sort by campaign, please. Okay, there's what, 3 skills for me to grab here? Aura of Stability, Smiter's Boon, and Purifying Veil. What a weird skill Purifying Veil is. Yeah. Okay, goodbye. Oh, I do want to set this back up to be sort by attributes, though. Sort by campaign is really useful for making sure I'm not buying skills that are like elsewhere or whatever. Mostly I was wanting to avoid accidentally getting stuff that hero skill trainers would have, but I've already kind of gone through all of those, so at least for this. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and meet Ula. Elias might be kind of bad for this, but oh well. Oh well, I say.
Why are you bothering me?
At least I know how to get here pretty reliably. This I've done. Oh, I have to talk to Blim up here first. I know. I don't know what I'm gonna... This is a stupid bar. You should not run this bar, but I am absolutely running this bar.
Booker.
Am I good at healing the BIP? No, I am not. But I am good at healing the party, and that is my core directive. Okay. But, like, I'm supposed to lose half my health because I infuse, not because enemies cause me to lose half my health for some unknown reason. Can somebody tell me why Waster of Mispers? What am I calling him? Is missing some health. This has become a rather redundant question, but honestly, a healing circle that you could target an ally with would be amazing. Even if it did heal enemies. They should change Karai Sealing Circle to be that. Heal target ally and all adjacent creatures to that ally. And things can remain the same otherwise. This is how we used to do it. Boom. Heal your minions with this. Of course, that was also back in the days before there was a cap on minions, so you could be running around with like 30 minions on one from one Necro. And Blood of the Master was bad, and Rod of Sacrifice was good. Or at least Rod of Sacrifice was so much better than Blood of the Master that nobody used Blood of the Master.
Oh, great. Another booker.
Yeah. You just have to deal with me running around. I need to get my Mesmer here. This is... I think the boss here has migraine? Could just be... I don't know. Well, we're about to find out. No, it's crippling anguish. Never mind. Completely worthless. Ow. This is my self-heal. Honestly, this bar is interesting because it's making me have to think about how I'm actually using my skills. Boy, I am really bad at healing Elias for lots of health. Well, doing his kiss works. I just have a really stupid bar, that's all. Hey, a lockpick. I can squander that one too. There's a spot to capture migraine around somewhere. Maybe it's related to some of these frogmen. There. That's another way I can heal Elias. Got a Timberland Guardian. I don't know what Blim likes about his staff, but it's clearly an excellent staff. Blim, why are you hiding over there?
You need me?
Blue didn't fire me. I quit. She moved my desk into the cellar and stopped paying me. After a couple of months, I left. I think she took my staff, too. That's why I left. I love that staff. Someday I'm going to burn her lab down if I don't get it back. Oh, yes. Well, anyway, you'll find Ula's lab below all the traps. Good luck disarming them. If I had my staff, I'd help you. When you're ready to enter, speak to me, and I'll use this vine seed to open the path to Ula's lab. We're ready to enter Ula's lab. Yes, we need her for the Golem project. What is this cutscene? Nice.
When we get there, let me do the talking. Ula is brilliant in her field and pretty thorny.
Worse than Gad?
Don't get me started. Gad was once the bane of my existence. He's headstrong, arrogant, and nasty. He makes Ula look like a ray of sunshine, Buka.
You've used that term before. What does it mean?
Buka? It's an imaginary monster we use to frighten children. They're big, clumsy creatures with loud, bellowing voices. Not too bright either.
And humans are like this to you.
Well, if the bellowing fits. Now come on, and remember, when we get to Ula, let me do the talking.
Be my guest.
Why are you bothering me?
Have you seen my staff? Yes, yes. Elias, I want to give you mending. Yeah, an MM is probably not really optimal in here, but who cares? His main job is being BIP anyway, and if he basically doesn't have any other skills, well, who cares? I mean, it would matter in higher level content, but if he's basically just BIP, remove hex, and putrid bile. Apparently it might bug out if you run too far from it, so I don't know, I'm trying to stay nearby. I almost have the first rank of the Asuran title. That's neat. Yeah, that worker golem has a bee in its bonnet. Just a room full of sentry golems. Nothing to see here. Just a golem enabling lever. I mean disabling lever. I mean enabling lever. I'm gonna wait for my party to congregate over here before I pull it though. Hmm. I think that's just the countdown to the door unlocking, isn't it? Pretty sure that's what that does. Golems die pretty easily, though, so... Honestly, the most threatening part of this is the spot where we have to walk through the area with burning darts. Hmm. Do. Nothing like being able to just turn off the enemies at whim so you can heal up. They might keep spawning. I'm not actually sure. I wasn't really paying attention back there. This is an interesting mechanic, actually. This part is so clunky. In part, it doesn't help that heroes are maybe not, like, they try to hold to a formation, let's say. You guys are being idiots. You should not congregate in the hot place. Okay. Master of Whispers. Stop dying on me. You too, Raza. My goodness. And Elias just got himself killed, probably because he bipped at a bad time. This is why this is the part that I was not looking forward to the most. Heroes don't know how to navigate this spot. Okay, but we're through it, and that's the important thing. The rest of this is pretty easy. We actually got a minion. Neat. Not really a good thing, technically speaking, but still. Okay, sentry golem down. You take out the other sentry golem and we can grab this worker while we're at it. Why am I starting to get hungry? Who knows how any of these things work? The gastrointestinal system definitely works in mysterious ways. Oh, yeah. Elias died, so my mending fell off of him. That's no good. I brought mending to keep it on Elias. Do I have... Yeah. Got 7 enchantments. Oh, that's capping out at. You basically get a second of maintenance per maintained enchantment. That's what that works out to. They found another sentry golem, I see. Accidentally pushed the flag button instead of the strafe button. Yeah. That's the old indestructible golem. Deal withable via flux matrix. No, there's some coins over there that maybe I should go pick up. Here, have a boom. There must be something going on because they are dropping lockpicks like crazy right now. I certainly approve. It deals elite damage, but I was not looking at the damage numbers. One of those like fun trivias that is a neat little thing to break out. Person initially making the scenario set it at 1,337 damage because they needed a figure. And instead of changing that damage value, they changed the HP value, so it was the number of hits that they wanted it to be. I think that's really funny. Ula has a really big lab. I don't talk about this much, I don't feel like, but she really does. Master Whispers, what are you doing getting your face beaten like that? Hmm? I have an important mission. We're about to get to, like, one of my favorite cutscenes in the game. Get in here. Let me have a look at you. Did you enjoy the challenge as much as I enjoyed watching you squirm? Ha! I came here to get away from all the other Asura. Okay. Oola.
So you've come crawling back, Blim. Did you bring that flux matrix I need? You aren't Blim. Vec? Is that you?
Greetings, most wise
As
and
in
puissant
puissant
Ula,
Ula,
mistress of the magical engine.
Butter up the other side and pan fry me, Vec. What do you want?
I bring word from Council Leader Memp.
That old fossil?
We need your superior skills for a great project to help all the Asura.
Ha! I came down here to get away from all the Asura. Now scram.
We need your help against the destroyers.
Have you been hit on the head? I said no. Now go away.
Well, Vec, I guess you were right.
Yeah, I had to write that
The
down.
one you want.
What are you saying?
Vec was telling me that older Asura tend to lose their edge, that your skills may have deteriorated.
What do you mean? There isn't a better golem answer than yours, truly.
Probably, but if you're afraid the challenge is too much...
I'm not afraid of any challenge. Let me pack my equipment. I'll show you. Deteriorated. The nerve.
Nice job.
Not bad for a buka.
Couldn't have done better myself.
I just like that line so much. Butter up the other side and pan fry me. It's such a good, like, you're clearly flattering me, buttering me up. So I had to make sure I wrote that down properly. It's just, oh man, it's such a well-written line. I'm quite fond of it. Okay, I should probably be able to find Lax, who must be over here. Identify stuff.
Why are you bothering me?
Thank you, that's why. I have all the monk stuff. Is there any? That's spawning power. It's just not super useful. Rejuvenation is kind of nice. But I'm going to let these accumulate for now anyway. Okay, this is the last one that needs IDing. Eben, not really that important. An Eben Scythe would be nice, I suppose, but I'll grab this quest as well.
Oh, great. Another booker. I'm busy. I'm busy.
Okay, well, Polymorph is something I'll do eventually, someday, probably. Let's see, for this we need to travel through. There's actually a couple choices. There's Heart of the Shiver Peaks has a connection to this dungeon, I think. But I also need to travel down here at some point, but I'm going to do that later when it makes more sense too. Ink.
Here comes trouble.
Yeah, I'm in trouble. Capital T, trouble. I have lockpicks in here somewhere. Right here. I'm going to just accumulate them for now. Be an emergency fund, I guess. I don't see Infuse as overkill. I'm just going to go with Jamie's gaze there. A bit more consistent. Yeah. I'll just keep running the stupid bar. Honestly, Light of Deliverance is a very medium spell. But that's fine. Yeah, I'm just going to keep pressing forward here. I'm just thinking about Eye of the North, or not Eye of the North, factions stuff that I might want to be doing at some point as well. Anyway, we need to go to Shards of Ore and push on through there. Shards of Ore, also a spot where an MM is not very good. Not like awful. I think some of the dudes there do drop corpses, but not great anyway. I think I'm going to swap these two. And also these two. Well, those minions were lost to... Okay, maybe not. Maybe the crate are going to chase us down anyway. Are they going to kill the Arcanos? No, they are not. That's okay. Got him. Oh, I should switch to my not too smelly title. Bloodwash's blood has no monk boss in it. It is healing light. Okay, I thought so. That is not of much concern to me. And then this is word of healing. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Just be healed. Stop not being healed. Yeah, that's what I thought. He has so many enchantments on him right now. 4 enchantments makes Dwayne's Kiss a very potent healing effect. Oh, there goes Flannis. Okay, Mighty Oakheart. You're going down. Who's he bipping all the time anyway? I'm not going to grab Chandra's quest. I'm not going to do Shards of War right now.
I'm busy.
I have other priorities. Elias. Get mended. This area is potentially very nasty. Yeah, see. There are plenty of fleshy undead in here. Which is nice. I should spend some time on my assassin next. Honestly, it would be really cool if Karaya's Healing Circle did a ton of damage to undead. It'd be bad for healing your minions at that point, but like if popping this could heal or like damaged undead, that would be so cool. It would fall in line with a lot of other common like concepts anyway. I understand why they wouldn't do that, but it is, you know, interesting to think about. V must be select closest party member. There's a button for looking behind you. I forget what I mapped it to. Is it N is friends? B? I don't know. I could look it up if I really cared, and I don't, so I won't. Haha. I think one of the things that's interesting is that the Guild Wars 1 like compass is mostly useful for identifying the locations of enemies and aggro and stuff. Not for actual navigation. It helps with navigation some, but that means that like I'm actually looking at the world to figure out my navigating. Also, ow. I was not paying enough attention there. I was too busy looking at the environment and let my party down. It's fine. Also normal. This area is challenging. But I was very distracted by the Canthan-style gate that I saw in the distance, and I was found myself looking at that, and then we were dead. So I recommend avoiding doing that. Me thinking of names. Polishing the Tarnished Coast. It's a good name, no? Hmm, 20 armor is nice. We actually killed a lot of that. See, there's the Canthan style gate that I was distracted by. See, this is the problem with live deliverance, is it's just not available when you really need to spam a healing skill. You know? And I am absolutely going to mending myself. Talk to this bacon of Draknar. I bet Draknar made some really good bacon, actually. I feel like that's something that I expect dwarves to be able to do, is make some really good bacon. Unfortunately, I have to kind of go around to be able to get to that, so this is going to go extraordinarily poorly. Unless I can stealth my way around these guys. Oh yeah, that's looking stealth mission successful. Bald Snake would be proud. More enemies up ahead. But also just kind of off to the side a little bit. I do like that they have you go through some dungeons to navigate to places. I think that's pretty neat. Well, I managed to make it through, despite my horrendous build. I probably want to change it before this next dungeon, though. Probably. probably would be smart.
What news?
Yes. Looking for Gad.
How can I help?
Ah, yeah. She's telling us about Saedra. Saedra was a heroic member of the Shining Blade who sacrificed all to help her friends and our cause. She embodied everything our organization believes in. Ever since the dwarves of Deldrimmer delivered her ashes to us, I've searched for a fitting place to leave Saedra's remains. That place is here in Sparkfly Swamp. You can actually find her ashes, and it gives you like a sort of ritualist pot, which is pretty cool. I feel like most people are going to know that, but some people probably aren't.
Report in.
Okay. I'm going to redo my team composition. Leave. That's the button I want. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Joyride doesn't have anything going on, right? Yeah. That can be fixed. That can be fixed. First of all, needs a better one of these. Well, this is better than this crystal wand, I guess. This is fine, though. This is a weird in that it's actually not bad for certain builds. I'll offhand it. Okay, the rest of the stuff I don't need. Yeah. I miss my main accounts bonus, though. Okay. Do I have some random runes lying around? Minor Vigor, for example. There's a random Minor Tactics. You know, I might go... Is there a rune trader here? There's some material traders. Rare scroll trader, of all things. I don't think that weapon guy crafts anything. I think it's just customize.
What news?
Oh, I'm happy to be wrong. It is just, like, open season. I'm not in a position to be crafting any weapons right now. They're too expensive. 5 platinum. I will eventually be in that position, but I'm not there just yet. I'm going to withdraw platinum and... Oh, hey. He's online. That's exciting. I can say hi. In green text. Okay. Let's hit up the rune trader. I want to get some stuff for Jorah. Stone Fist is a must. And then I want minor strength. Superior absorption. And then major swordsmanship, major tactics. Okay. Draw out. Absorption. Major swordsmanship. Major tactics. Sure, it doesn't really matter where I put that. Strength. We'll go here. And then Stone Fist goes on the gloves because they're Stone Fist. Minorest of guild chats. Okay. Let's hit the leave button. And I still think Defensive Anthem is probably the best elite choice for him right now. Yeah, I don't know. I like this bar pretty well for him. I like what she's doing. I kind of don't think he needs this. What else am I putting there, though? Let's put Explosive Growth. That seems like fun. Yeah. Now, obviously, I'm not bringing a team that is full of energy management. So we'll see. Have to see how that goes, especially for Gwen. I mean, I've got a decent amount of energy management on a bunch of my characters anyway, so. Really want Shield Bash. Happy for that. Savage Slash is good. I actually want to run probably one of these dealies. I do want Body Blow. I have cracked armor. We're going to be fighting a lot of things that don't bleed, etc. There's a number of sword skills that I should probably acquire. Dragon Slash is really nice. Charge is a bit redundant with what General Morgan has with fallback. Probably just go like Dragon Slash. Man, I need to get some more warrior elites. To the limit. If you can make a couple new sword skills, what would I do? Anything swords missing apart from AoE. Focus. Excuse me. Part of the challenge with sword is that it kind of feels like it's all over the place. Also, the fact that I'm only seeing 10 sword skills is not helping at the moment. It is definitely missing AoE. I think that the problem is PvE. It's really hard to get away from AoE just being the most important thing you can be doing. A lot of the time, there are. So the question is, what sort of role does it have? And sword has a much better PvP role than it does PvE because it's a bit more controlling. It's a bit more pressury. Axe is spiky. Hammer has its knockdowns. Those are both really good as well. But PvE, like, I'd probably want sword to have a gash for crippled, because it's like, and then I would probably give it some more bleeding rewards, because it's weirdly split between caring about crippled and caring about bleeding, and I'd probably lean into both of those a little bit more. And so, like, something that if your foe is bleeding, do this. If your foe is crippled, do that. Would also be kind of interesting. Well, you have an energy gain, though. You have Knee Cutter, right? That gains energy. Axe, I don't think, does Axe have any sort of energy gain? I don't know that it does. But like this is the problem with Sword, is it's kind of like weirdly split between several different things, and so that's where it's like lack of identity. Like Hammer really focuses in on weakness and knockdowns, and has a number of skills that reward both. And Sword has like a skill or two that rewards bleed, and a skill or two that rewards cripple, but it's a little bit like it's not really in on those things. So I feel like you want to like be in a little bit more. Like I could see adjusting Gash to care about bleeding or crippled foes. Like if this attack hits a bleeding or crippled foe, you strike for more damage, and I'd honestly have Gash always strike for more damage, and then if they're bleeding or crippled, then you inflict a deep wound. Yeah, Gash is the only skill that rewards bleeding, but deep wound is a really strong reward. And like that's the thing, is like Sword sort of pretends it's about bleeding, and because you get Sever Artery Gash right away in Prophecies, it really cements in your mind that combination of those skills. And I feel like I'd want to lean into that more effectively. And that's probably, honestly, that right there is probably the big thing that I would want to do, is to just lean into that more. I'm actually going to make her secondary ranger for Antidote Signet, and then use Symbolic Strike. Plus 24 damage is, or plus 24 damage is good enough. So like, and that's what the thing is, like Sword is a little bit all over and where its identity is. So like I said, it has Knee Cutter to reward crippled. The other thing that's wonky is like Disarm is in strength, and the riposte skills, which I guess I don't have unlocked yet, are in tactics. So like Sword has skills that are weirdly locked in other attributes. So it's just kind of awkward because it feels like it's very all over the place, and it has a lot of energy skills like Pure Strike and stuff. It feels like it's trying to work with Flourish, but none of them really make me want to make that build. Part of that is Flourish's 8-second recharge feels a bit long as well, but but yeah, swordsmanship just lacks a sense of identity to me, and that's probably one of the big things that I'd want to yeah, exactly. Just like there's different ways to kind of approach some of that. I'm gonna leave Joyra as the aggro one here. Right, my bar is garbage, and I want to change that. Okay, so I'm primary healer. Maybe I just want to make a healer's boon bar. Yeah, let's do a healer's boon bar. I still want Glyph of Lesser, because I'm absolutely slotting on heal party with healer's boon. Orson becomes way more appealing with healer's boon. I actually really like Healing Seed going down to 1 second cast time is also really nice. Is that good enough for the big heals though? Do I want a Jamie's Gaze? Is Dwayne's Kiss weak, actually? I guess it's good for the Ellie's and Raza, but it's kind of bad in this team comp, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going to actually drop Dwayne's Kiss. I don't think that I have enough things that really reward it well enough to want to actually use it. I mean, that's going to be my workhorse, so... Yeah, I'm just gonna use Healing Breeze for that last one because I like it enough. Okay, we'll see how this goes. I might regret it. My choices. We'll see. Isn't that the Jade Brotherhood guy? Park Chulmu.
You need me?
So a lot of the question of what would I do with the sword is what are its standard attack options? How do they compare to the other weapons? And then what is its focus? What does it specialize in? What is it rewarding you doing? And it does not care about any condition the way and like Axe has a similar sort of problem, honestly. Like Hammer is probably the most knows what it cares about of the actually, I think I'm gonna swap these. I really want to be pushing 8 for that. Axe is the one that most knows what it's trying to do out of any of the or Hammer knows what it's most trying to do out of any of the warrior weapons with its emphasis on. Okay, I'm in a weird spot. It has a good kind of mixed emphasis. Okay, not quite what I meant to do, but I'll take it. Those big meaty heal parties are great. Man, Healer Boon is like such a good pairing with Heal Party. Gwen's definitely low on energy. I mean, it's fine. Everybody else is doing okay, honestly. So it's like sword has, it feels like a higher proportion of energy attacks compared to everyone else, but then what's it doing for energy management? And then like Hammer has a really good sense of what it's trying to do. Axe like has Cyclone Axe, and like that because that's how early that's presented to you. That's kind of the white lodges in your brain. It was like, oh, Axe is AOE, but it's also kind of spiky. It focuses on Deep Wound, but a lot of the skills that care about Deep Wound are kind of weak, and Deep Wound is more of a reward condition than like the primary thing you're doing. Let me make sure I'm keeping this up. So there's also that like facet to everything. And like some of that riposte stuff, right, gives a sense of like counterplay to sword, but that's awkward to do in PvE a lot of the time.
Be careful.
I don't know. It's just I have this feeling with sword that, like I was just saying, it kind of does, it flirts with a bunch of stuff, but it hasn't committed. So I'd probably try to figure out how to make it commit better. Yeah, exactly. It needs to kind of, it's just kind of like how you have weakness and knockdown with Hammer, right? There's a lot of really strong stuff that rewards, well, there's like knockdown is his own reward, but you know, you have the a couple of skills that care about enemies being knocked down in Hammer. And like, so it's rewarding that, right? It's rewarding those knockdown effects. Got a tickle in my throat. Sorry about that. So like those rewards are really nice, but not all enemies can be knocked down, and it's got good rewards for weakness as well. So if you look at the design of Hammer, where it has good reward, or like has rewards for both knockdowns and weakness, and some ability to overlap those. Devastating Hammer knocks down and applies weakness, just like Crippling Blade applies bleeding and cripple. It's Crippling Blade, right? I don't have it unlocked yet. Yeah, Hamstring is that. So I would kind of lean towards that direction. Honestly, Axe also needs a lot of help. I feel like Hammer's probably in the best spot of the warrior weapons in terms of design. Not necessarily balance, but design. But Axe also has a similar sort of lack of direction. It's just what it's doing tends to be more like raw damage, and it handles that a bit better. And like Deep Wound by itself is a good enough condition to be a reward, so the bit of focus on that Axe has is perfectly acceptable as a like thing. Speaking of which, the boss over there has Crippling Slash, but I'd rather not fight it because it hits like a truck. Did I find a log? I think I just did something weird with my movement. So a lot of what I'd want to do if I was working on Warrior, I would be asking myself, what hammer skills feel a bit too weak to want to use? How can I give Axe and Sword better identities and make them feel more robust? My goodness, that was a spot where I wished I had Healing Seed. And what can I do to differentiate tactics and strength and give each a sense of why I'd want to use them? Because there is a certain amount of that going on already, obviously, but it could be stronger. And like for that, I would need to like really sit down and think about it, right? I can't just like off the top of my head. I would need to sit there, look at the skills, think about them. Like, what is my identity with that? And part of it is I don't want Axe's identity to be it's the AoE one, because that's so good in PvE. It being the AoE one is actually kind of bad for the rest of Sword because it overemphasizes Axe. So, like, for example, Crude Swing being just Cyclone Axe for Hammer, I think is when that sort of design is happening, it's a sign that this should not be, like, that should be a strength skill, not a hammer skill sort of thing. So if you want Axe to be specialized in AoE, first of all, I think that's a poor choice, but there's probably other ways of going about it. But, like... yeah, so I'd definitely be thinking about what I'd want Axe's identities to be. And I like the idea that each weapon does kind of like two different things that, with the help of elites, can kind of overlap some. It's interesting to think about, like, because I did the skill review project, obviously, which is one of the more popular things I've done on YouTube. Certainly, like, people are still watching those. Which I appreciate. For sure. Okay, I should just do an HP. You should HP when you're going to be healing 3 or more people. But it is the sort of thing where the way that I would approach that or like the skill review project, like I think a lot of those are probably still fairly good. I might have some slightly revised opinions on some skills. Yeah, and a lot of, I feel like my understanding, like, as it is, because I also did a thing where I went through and like, oh, what if we went through and we're like rebalancing everything? I think that one is like a lot weaker than the skill review project, because it is much easier to examine and realize that something is not like how good something is than it is, okay, how would we change it to make it good? Right? Or like, how would we change this? Is a much harder question to ask, because you're looking at a broader set of things. So it's the sort of thing where, and I'm sure you experienced this too, Mr. Jack, as you were sitting down and working on your rework concepts. Like, you have to kind of look at the whole visual picture, and it's a much more complicated thing.
Why are you bothering me?
Like, it's one thing to look at Sword and Guild Wars 1 and say, it feels kind of weak. and it lacks identity. It's another thing to say, okay, here's how would I change it to address those problems.
I want this done well, I want this done right, and I want this done fast. I don't want any screw-ups. I don't want any backtalk. I'm looking at you, Vec. You hear me?
Yeah.
Questions? No? Let's go.
I have a question. It feels like...
Everything I said and less.
He's not that bad. He's very smart.
And doesn't let a minute go by without reminding you of it.
Gad is pretty abrasive. How did you end up working for him?
In the wake of the White Mantle, my home, Kryta, is racked by civil war. Factions and sub-factions are destroying our nation. We are seeking new ways, new magics, new allies in order to tip the balance and finally bring peace.
And this cranky old Asura is a potential ally.
Ha! All he cares about is his reputation. Tell me, how many of your people has he injured with his experiments? How many have quit?
A few, but I've learned a great deal about necromancy in the short time I've known him. It's worth dealing with his temper and his demands.
A small sacrifice for a greater good?
We all make sacrifices. I would sacrifice 10 times over if it would protect my people.
But, yeah, like, the process of... I don't even remember what I was saying before. Oh, yeah, there's something that I was wanting to say in response to him. Yeah, like, getting it done fast and right, whatever the third one was. It just reminds me of the, you can have it fast, high quality, or cheap. Pick two. But yeah, the whole process, though, of doing some sort of skill change does require you to understand what your objectives are with that balance, and to try to understand what environment you're trying to create and what things you need to do to be able to create that environment. And then you also need to iterate, because you're going to try things and they're not going to work. That's just an idea sounds really good in theory, or maybe it sounds really bad in theory, but until you try it, you don't actually know how it is. Shut up, Gad. I have the power of knowledge. So yeah, there's like Crypt Slash is the same role as Devastating Hammer in regards to stuff, but we'll have to look at the full. We could look at the full Asura at some point in time. Once I've unlocked more of it. I need to spend some more time on my warrior, I'm realizing. And I'm happy to like flesh out monk more, but it's kind of like the stuff that I've talked about to some extent, of like Healing Light competing against Word of Healing and Healing Burst is a losing proposition for it, and Glimmer. Like, it can't beat those three skills. What it can do is it can sit in Divine Favor, and it can compete in that area. And that is where it can compete. These guys are going to be a right pain in the butt. These Incubi can strip enchantments and leave you dazed, which is not great for me. I feel like Healer's Boon is basically a heal party spammer. It just makes Healer's Boon so good. Let's see. Given how Guild Wars is now receiving updates again, and there's the camp of players who don't want any changes in their 20-year-old game, Feel Reforged mode is a perfect tool to have the game both ways, and the player can choose which they play. Yeah, there's certainly some questions about some, like, how are you handling partying up between people who are Reforged and not? But yeah, the thing is, like, I can feel there's a comfort in the familiar, right? But at the same time, there's something exciting when things change. So it's like it's easy to have desires both ways, you know. I tell you right now, if Reforged mode gets rid of the Mantid ability to respawn itself on a 25% chance or whatever it is in the Char homelands, I would be very all over it. That is a change I would be 100% behind. Yeah, and that's the real challenge. I would honestly support them introducing a like legacy mode and having like Reforged kind of become the standard and a legacy mode that people can be in if they want to, and change the framing. It's not time for that sort of thing yet, but they've already indicated that's the direction they're headed. And I think that's with the idea of like these were obtained in the veteran or whatever. Did I spend enough time there? Hang on. Yeah, I did, because the things indicating I go this way. I think that's the right way to take things. And that's also like where their skill balance updates are focused on like the skills that nobody uses. If you focus on those, then people aren't going to be upset when they change because people aren't using them in the first place. It's like I would lose no sleep over Wither changing. Because Wither is a bad skill, and like the cases in which you're going to want to use it are extraordinarily minimal. Eventually it will be time for a heal party, but what made our health bars jump up? I felt that. Oh, maybe Livia's doing something? Basic copy to staff from Skyrim. Target foe has -6 health, -6 energy degeneration, -1 health degeneration, and loses health each second. This is energy is 5 or less. They lose an additional amount of health each second. Yeah, one of the things that I think is a universal truth, if you look at the balance of the game, is that by and large, ArenaNet was really overly cautious with energy regen and degen effects, and did not take into account how they stack up against raw energy loss or gain. Yeah. It does. But, like, Ether Lord is a really good example. Man, they are dropping a butt ton of lockpicks. If you look at Ether Lord and compare it to Energy Tap, it's hilarious. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, makes sense. Obviously, without any inspiration, it's not a really good comparison between the two. But energy tap at no spec. This is 5 seconds. This is going to make the target foe lose slightly less than 2 energy, and you're going to gain slightly more than 2 energy. At 0 spec, this is going to make the foe lose 4 energy, and you're going to gain 8. Now, this has a 10-second longer recharge, but this also makes you lose all energy when you cast it. It's just like, Ether Lord is so extraordinarily weak, like, it's so much weaker than Energy Tap, it's ridiculous. And there's no reason for it to be that weak. Other than ArenaNet is just absolutely dramatically overvaluing energy regen and degen. I'm going to let a few slow running streaks go off, and then I'm going to apply that to myself. Okay. Is Livia using... I don't know. What's going on that's like periodically healing everyone? Wind of Creation would heal him. Explosive Growth hurts enemies. None of these heal when they die. I have Never Surrender, but that's not a heal. That's a regen. She doesn't have any heals. She has maximum HP increase. It must be something Gad or Livia are doing, and I don't know what. Gad could be Mist Form. He's Lightning Orbing. Isn't... Okay, he's Glyph of Energy, so he's not Mist Form. So he's not the source of the random heals. I just healed myself by applying my enchantment. It's possible Livia has something, but if so, I'm not sure what. Blood Bond, maybe? When an enemy dies, nearby things are healed? That's the most likely thing, I think. I started looking at Mesmer too. Sure. Yeah, Ether Lord is just a train wreck of a skill. I do like Inspiration as kind of a party box of things. Oh, that's what it is. It's the Bloodstone effect. Yeah, that's what's healing everyone. When things die, it heals everyone. Maintain is this. You gain energy regeneration while you have auspicious incantation equipped. You may equip up to 2 elite skills. If this enchantment is not active, all your elite skills are disabled. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Honestly, I think there's room for passive skills. The other thing, I forget who said this, but I really like the idea of changing preparations to be uses, kind of like weapon skills are. Rather than have a duration. Yeah, I mean, we've tried 2 elites. I mean, I've had times where I've had, like, even more elites than that if there's enough captures in the map. It certainly creates an interesting thing to experiment with, right? And, like, there's some ways of doing it. But it's clunky. Honestly, I would really love to do Pious Renewal with avatars. Yeah, it is. It's an interesting idea. It's weird to me how this part is so similar in the dungeon version, and yet the undead here behave very differently. It'd be especially fun with Illusory Signet. Or Signet of Illusions or whatever it is. I think it's Signet of Illusions. I don't use it very often. It's very much so an interesting build around me, though. Remember last time I did this, absolutely crushing this final boss encounter. This has been a more enjoyable team composition because I actually have to do something because I don't have a lot of other healing in the party. And I also don't have a BIP constantly draining their own health. Yeah, I could see that working well together. I like Perch Signet on warriors typically, but man. Like right now my main goal has become get map coverage. And then I'll go like on serious elite capping runs. Yeah, exactly. These enchanted scythes are gonna start attacking us, but I'm just gonna preemptively drop this here. Yep. Yep, there it goes.
I need to extract the essence. Beck, bring me a canopic jar. No, a jar, not a crystal, you idiot.
You should be using an ether crystal. Extracting with a jar is unsafe.
Don't lecture me about safety. You've always been too timid in your research, Beck. You never fail to disappoint me.
I swear if we didn't need him, I would shove him off a bridge.
I heard that. Livia, hold this while I make the extraction. This might hurt a little.
If you're extracting the stone's essence, the energies could kill me.
Then get one of the other humans to do it. Don't bother me with trifles.
Vec's right. You should use an ether crystal. It would be safer.
Ether crystals aren't free. Bukas willing to take the risk are cheaper.
That's what you think of my people? They have no value to you?
Not my problem. Are you going to help or not?
You've had mishaps before. You rush things and others pay the price. This is wrong. You're wrong. I refuse to be a part of this. I'm sorry.
Fine. Run off and leave me with the dirty work. Everyone wants results, but no one wants to pay the price. So who do I have to kill to get some decent help around here?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the good news, Livia is now a part of my party, I believe. Yep, there she is. Good old everybody's favorite Livia. Also, I should get Hada.
What news?
I'd like to have Hada available. What is this? Lesser Granite Edge? What does this even look like? Hang on. Huh. Interesting. Not super familiar with that skin. Wonder if it's in one of the promo ones? No, because they usually stuck those are rare. Still, not super familiar with that skin. need to hit this button.
Who goes there?
Goodbye. Depositing funds. Huzzah. Okay.
Here comes trouble.
Ada has a whole quest line, though, to recruit her. Well, I'll do this part at least. This pays with platinum, which is not bad. It's a whole skill. It's good. Hello, Ada. Yes, yes. Good old displacement. Displacement spared me so much damage there. It's bonkers. She definitely has an overinflated opinion of herself. I think this might be where the migraine boss is, actually, normally. Great conch. I've always kind of liked these weirdly purpley misty swamp area, that like aesthetic that you've got going on. It's very interesting and distinct. This group of frog people, not a concern. This group up here, though, that's the ones you got to worry about. Yeah. Deep wound. It does reduce how much healing you receive. Part of what makes it deadly. Okay, don't mind us. We're just going to be fighting lots and lots of frogs because we happen to be in a spot where we got wedged between several of them. I find it funny that I can use reapplying Healer's Boon as a self-heal. A weak one, but nonetheless a self-heal. Hey, I may be doing some random healing stuff as well. Signal of Synergy is a really nice skill, actually. I must have gotten this through raw instinct because I don't remember doing so. There's Sadra's ashes, by the way, which I mentioned earlier. Let's take out this group down here. They kind of feel in the way. Yep, they're proven to have been in the way. No two people are not on fire. Now I have the effect Courageous with Sadra. Hold Sadra's ashes for up to 300 seconds. While you hold her ashes, you gain 30 maximum energy. When you drop her ashes, all party members are healed for 200 health. Which is obviously a very strong effect. As you can tell by my now 76 energy. They also use the same model as the Urn of St. Victor, which is kind of fun. Okay, we can go see Bartholos for my reward. Rest in peace, Sadra.
What news?
Okay. Just one more. That's fine then. That is acceptable to me.
You need me?
That's a really nasty mixture of enemies that is probably best to not fight. And Gorodons and Raptors at the same time. I mean, what's terrifying is you could be fighting the Gorodons and the Raptors come in on you. Well, are you coming or not? Yeah, I know. I'm former White Mantle, technically. Isn't that fun to think about? Player character is former White Mantle. Like, we're inducted into the Order and everything. At the end of Celestial Seaboard. I'm really glad they're able to figure out and implement the tech for resurrecting NPC allies so they no longer have to, like, give you game overs when they die. Such an improvement to the play experience. That just really struck me right there, by the way. Okay, I didn't realize I got twisting jawed. What's interesting is bleeding actually works super well with deep wound because getting deep wound by itself cannot kill you. It can lower your HP to 1, but it can't kill you. And since a lot of skills inflict damage and then the deep wound, a lot of them will only take you to 1. But if you're bleeding, then it's very easy for you to degen out of that last HP. So it actually is a very strong combination.
I'm busy.
Yeah, I am subconsciously grabbing that that bounty. I am not thinking about it at all. I mean, it certainly would be an option. Decapitate's definitely that way. I like it as a particular quirk, but could the white mantle maybe kill the simian over here? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna want to deal with some of these enemies so I don't have to deal with them while fighting the white mantle. I'm not great at healing myself. I'm not terrible at it, but not great at it. Well, this is precisely why I wanted to deal with these now. Because I kind of figured we'd need to fight both of them. It's kind of like Ritualist is overstuffed mechanically. Spirits, Ashes, and Weapon spells are all like too many mechanics going on at once. Particularly to have them all try to be build-arounds, I should say. General Morgan's feeling better about himself. What does a trap have to do with peace? Absolutely nothing. You and your ilk have been a thorn in the white mantle side for far too long. Killing you and a great hero will be glorious. Wow, you guys talk for a long time. Ambassador Carnegie, obviously a reference to Andrew Carnegie, the famed author of How to Win Friends and Influence People, and also for being extremely rich. I mean, they're not doing a whole lot right now. So White Mantle might be a little pathetic. They are giving me a rampage bonus, which is nice. Here, go ahead and have an enchantment to heal you. I'm just going to top everyone off. I do kind of want a top everyone off signet. Like a signet that's like heal everyone for 30 HP. Honestly, a signet that's just like heal everyone for your divine favor bonus would be so good. It would seem that I still have much to learn about the path of a great hero such as yourself. Yes. Signet of Devotion is actually really good because it works with smiting and protection prayers and stuff. I use Signet of Devotion a ton. I just am using Signet of Rejuvenation because I'm in healing prayers. But especially if I'm a divine favor focused build, like I like it in boon prot builds a lot, for example. And I tend to use Signet of Devotion a lot with protection prayers. It's just there's no reason to use it with healing prayers when Signet of Rejuvenation is a stronger heal with a quicker activation time. Yeah, it's a free heal. It's also not bad when if you're spec'd into Divine Favor. So usually if I'm in Protection Prayers, I'm not, especially with Boon Prot type bars, I'm high on Divine Favor, and like Protection Prayers is like 10 or 11 or whatever. And at that point, it's like healing for like 105, which is perfectly acceptable. Ooh, Rune of Clarity, you say? That might actually be... I'm going to have to check the values on that one. Major Vigor. Woo woo. That I don't have to check the values on. That I'm just pulling right on out. Sometimes you want to be able to like heal your entire party for a bit, and sometimes you want to have more of a directed heal. So, like, if the question is there a skill that I would replace with that sort of effect? Honestly, I would replace Signet of Rejuvenation with that effect, not Signet of Devotion. Because Signet of Rejuvenation is somewhat redundant with it. There's probably some other skills that I would consider adjusting first. But I'd have to... Yeah. I'd probably change Signet of Rejuvenation before Signet of Devotion. Probably what I'd... The thing that I might consider is, like, giving allies a little bit of regen for a few seconds. A bit of health regen. Probably the direction that I'd go. No, it's not super needed. It's just something that would be a free way to top everyone off would be really nice, but it's not... The problem is it's not actually good enough to put it, like, spend a skill slot on. Well, she got it, so she gets it. Congratulations, you have more HP now. Yeah, Heaven's Delight and Divine Healing. I mean, they're really nice little top-ups. Honestly, what I would probably want to do is change one of them to be a, like, enchant your party. Basically, kind of like a monk variant on Never Surrender, except without the shorter duration and without the restriction. Yeah, exactly. Everyone gets regen for a short time. Yeah, there's not a rune trader here, despite the fact that you'd think there would be.
Are you still here?
Ada actually thought the White Mantle would not betray her? You can't be serious. That girl is an excellent fighter, but does not have the sense the gods gave geese. Worse, none of the other Shining Blade will trust her now. Look, she seems to listen to you. Can you take her on? No, that should become a valuable asset under your charge. Hooray, I've unlocked Hada. I need to check to see this thing is... useful or not. What's my stock of dust? Okay, I have a stack, so I'm not that worried about it then. Clarity. Yeah, okay, clarity's not worth anything. Major Vigor's not worth that much relative to what you'd expect, actually. Clarity is definitely really nice. Restoration is the other one that I would particularly like. It's hard to justify using those over attribute runes unless you're really like min-maxing your armor spreads and stuff. But Necromancer's Undertakers. Yeah, okay. So that's just worth merchanting. I could set Hada up. I don't really want to right now. I'm not going to be using her right away, and I want to think about what I want to do with her anyway. The next step, I think, is talking to Rank this way. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to continue to enjoy this bar. Why would I go down that way? I mean, it does connect, but it's... Actually, that might actually be better, because that's right next to where he is. Yeah, okay, let us indeed go that way. Not too dopey. Nice, nice, nice. My goal right now, I think... I might be able to... Golem Project is not super long.
I'm busy.
So I might be able to finish the Asuran branch of Eye of the North today. We'll see. I'm going to want to wrap up in another like 15 minutes to half an hour. Because I'm getting hungry. And that'll have been about 4 hours. Which is, I feel like, a pretty good stream time for me. Okay. This route is really annoyingly full of spiders. Forgot forgot how annoyingly full of spiders it was. Okay, sounds reasonable. Sounds like a good plan. Yeah, life weavers. They do like to block stuff. Maybe I should have had more anti-block things. I don't know. This team comp certainly has some holes. Gwen would be well served with Drain Enchantment, probably. She's probably overvaluing empathy a little bit, too. With two skills, I can target myself. The other is Ethereal Light. Oh, I can also target myself with Healing Breeze. Actually, most of my healing spells can heal me. Come to think of it. Okay. Just go around this corner.
Why are you bothering
Okay,
me?
not surprised. This should be fairly near rank. Why? Oh, this random Asuran trooper. I'm like, why am I seeing a pale green triangle? You know, one of the like ally triangles. Like, why am I seeing an ally triangle here? It was that guy.
I'm busy.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I'm going to continue on from here to Tarnished Haven since I'm in the map. Man, she needed a lot of healing pumped into her. And then Healing Breeze seems to have absolutely stabilized everything. Which is nice. One of the things I think is really interesting about skills is how hard it can be to understand what a skill does. This is actually a huge problem that Guild Wars 2 has, because Guild Wars 2 skills are too complicated for their own good. I think I've already done a video that was ridiculously long comparing the build systems between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, but there's so much more I could say on the subject. But the okay, I don't like what's happening in the back here. Oh yeah, Golden Skull Strike. Healing Breeze is actually really good when somebody has a deep wound because it doesn't care about the healing reduction. I feel like I've got completely distracted as to what I was talking about. Yeah, there's Guild Wars 2's skill system is really complicated, but like, but what I mean by sometimes it's easy to forget what a skill does is the Dervish spell, Heart of Holy Flame, does some damage when you cast it, some holy damage when you cast it, and when it ends, it sets enemies around you on fire. Those are the things that scale, but it also non-scalingly gives your skills holy damage for 30 seconds. So if you need a way of dealing holy damage with your attacks, you can just use it even with no spec into mysticism. And like, it's easy to overlook that because that's not where your focus is on, but it's like that's the thing that it does. So that sort of thing is just really interesting. But yeah, Guild Wars 2 skill system is way too complicated because it is like you can't remember what anything does because of the traits and relics and stuff. Oh, I think that sort of thing is really cool too, but it's one of those things that asks you to like think deeper about the skill. This is a spot where they really wish they had like they'd put rank in a lying down state or whatever. Vac, have you thunderclapped these guys? I think that's really useful when like players have to think through like what does a skill actually do, because we can get hyperfixated on certain effects. But you have to be a little bit careful about that in your design because it can backfire.
I'm busy.
Yeah. Thank you. This is a short spirit out of nowhere. I pay no mind to my injuries. I'll live, but my research for the Golem project is incomplete. I haven't determined the final calibrations. There's not much time to go. Take my findings to Mamp and Radasum. He's in charge of the Golem Foundry. They must finish my work. And they shall. But it's like, it's a deeper level of understanding the skill, right? And I think that's really good. But there's also an element where it works really well when it's a secondary thing. It's less good if you have multiple primary things that a skill does, and that's the problem that you run into with Guild Wars 2, where like skills do too many things, and so it can be hard to remember. Should have shot first, 20-second deep wound. Yeah. It's a good example. Of swift chopping a Cornin because of their whirling defense. Oh, that was the resurrection skill, wasn't it? Spirit Light Weapon is such a strong skill. And it might not be good to actually do that, but the fact that you can is really interesting. You could also knock him down with Irresistible Blow without any hammer mastery. Or bleed them with Seeking Strike. Do I have that one unlocked? Seeking Blade. Yeah. Bleeding for 25 seconds. A very long duration bleed. It's also not super useful, but it is a thing that works. Why did I just run? Oh, probably. It's a Well of Suffering, I think. Area is kind of annoying to navigate through. Yeah, it's almost certainly a Well of Suffering with that amount of degen. It's kind of awkward. Finding which numbers should scale with the attribute or not is something you've become used to thinking about while working with. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, it is something significant to think about, so. And like, one of the things that I think is a really interesting idea that the primary attribute weapons that they released with the 15th anniversary, I want to say it was, something that I think is really interesting about those is it gave me the idea of, but what if you had two different attributes that both use the same weapon? like if you had ranger sword, like ranger version of swordsmanship, that's like cared about poisoning things. And then you could combine that with warrior swordsmanship in order to go like deeper on swords. Yeah, it's kind of like how they do it in Guild Wars 2, but not quite, right? But it's more kind of like that. Like, oh, you use a sword this way, you use sword that way, but we can combine them to like do like a mixture of those things. And that sort of mixture, by the way, that's where I'm going to capture ineptitude most likely off of that boss over there, but I'm not going to do that right now. But that sort of mixture of things is a really interesting design space that I would love to explore. The other thing too that I've thought a lot about is, okay, those vines are hyperactive. When ArenaNet was talking about, or like Izzy, I guess probably, was talking about the problem with having to continuously like come up with new professions and the design space issues with that and such, where it's like if Magic was releasing a new color with every expansion and the challenges with that, it's like, okay, so what if we are like, this mechanic is coming here where like weapon spells, instead of being a ritualist thing, were a thing that were just generally added. So like you would have negative effect weapon spells and positive effect ones, and the negative ones you'd put on enemies, kind of like a dulled weapon or whatever. Like there'd be a lot of different ways that you could go with that. Obviously, you could do a weapon spell version of empathy, and then the way to get rid of weapon spells is by applying a weapon spell. And I think that would be really interesting, like counterplay area. Exactly. Making new classes becomes harder and harder. And the thing is, like, you can keep carving out design space to a certain point, but you're really starting to split hairs after a while. And so, like, having skills of, like, this mechanical space is explored in this expansion, etc., as you're adding new skills. Like, that's an interesting way to approach it, and I think kind of a better way to sort of approach it. Okay, I'm obviously going to want to do a bunch of stuff here at some point, but that point is not now. And like, what are you considering as you're also releasing skills and they're interacting with each other across professions? Okay, let us, because this is the last part of things for the Asura. So let's go ahead and do our genius-operated living enchanted manifestation. I don't know why I'm in the mood to watch these cutscenes, but I kind of am for some reason.
Livia, I'm sorry about you and Gad.
I learned a great deal from him that can help Kryta. Tell me, have you ever heard of the Scepter of Ore?
Just stop yelling and look at my calculations.
I don't need to look at your calculations. I know it will work.
Well, the rest of us don't share your confidence.
What's the problem now?
They have such short legs.
This hack is telling me I don't know how to format a crystal array.
I'm trying to say that you run a greater risk putting the crystals in a serial pattern than in parallel.
You'll get twice the power this way.
It's too much power too fast. You'd flood the enchantment buffers.
Don't lecture me. I was formatting crystals before you were born.
Both of you, quiet. If you want to achieve anything, you have to stop squabbling.
Beck, Gad, the destroyers.
Now what?
The destroyers. They're coming up from below. Hordes of them.
We're almost done with the golems, but we're not ready yet.
We can go hold them off.
Should I come with you?
Go. You're just underfoot here.
Remember, parallel, not serial.
Yes, so noted. How do they expect me to get any work done with all these interruptions?
Who did he have Vec with? It feels like an important question, you know? There is a certain degree of like you can't have too many attributes clogging up the UI, but I don't know. It's an interesting question of like how to solve that as a thing to solve, as it were. Yeah, we'll take these guys down, and then the next set will go down pretty quickly. Thankfully, these golem kilns are fairly resilient. Don't know why that guy's lost a bunch of HP. Not exactly upset by that, though. Once the enemies are gone, Ula pops back up. Now it's back to monitoring which side things are coming from. Looks like this one. Ula's already getting attacked again, because of course she is. They are coming kind of simultaneously. It's okay. Ula can just take a lot of dirt naps today. Unfortunately, Splinter Weapon's not doing a whole lot of work right now. Man, those things are tanky. Also, apologies about bumping the microphone. My nose was itchy. I should have leaned further away. Oh man, that water feels good going down. Can I save Ula? Ooh, she has Spoil Victor. Oh yeah, that's been very good here. And Awaken to the Blood Spoil Victor. Oh my goodness. No wonder she's doing so well. I do find it interesting. She's a necromancer, and Gad's an elementalist, and yet Livia's learned a lot about necromancy from working with Gad? I do think, doesn't some of this play into stuff that Ula apparently does when we hear about her research in Guild Wars 2, though? She's trying to find... I know somebody was trying to find the overlap between necromancy and golomancy. I feel like it was Ula. Well, whoever just came at her did a much better job of it than the previous things. Here, have a healing breeze. It's just a destroyer of hope wanding things. Yeah, Soul Leech would be bad for her. This golem kill temperature is just a timer. Yeah, she got Spoiled Victor off, though, it looks like. Probably.
are you bothering me?
Enjoy. This is where we get the golems 1.0. Of course I will. I'm never wrong.
Here comes trouble.
Yeah, we can get one from each thing. Whoa. Accidentally clicked on Raza instead of Beck, which was not ideal. Ah, morale boosts. Thank you, Jorah. Worked out well. Not casting through Mark of Subversion. I know how that goes. Poorly. I had enough experience with that earlier, thanks. Seriously, if you want to stop a healer, spam Mark of Subversion on them. It's Mark of Subversion and Shame. And it won't do Bumpkus. No. Who aggroed what behind us and why? Oh, Joyra. Jorah did probably... Joyra is from Magic. Jorah did, and I couldn't tell you why. Okay. It's not a huge deal. If we wipe here, we can... There's a spot to respawn, but... It's also a good note to be aware of. Got overwhelmed by stars. Part of this team's composition is it's kind of weak against block effects, so... Oh, yeah, the other thing is Acolyte Sosuke is bad against destroyers. He's really, really, really bad against them.
Another book.
If I wanted to use him, I should have brought Winter. I didn't think about that at all until just now. I mean, it's not important at this point, but... We're deep enough in. We're going to be completing it regardless. But, yeah. Our good damage against them is Gwen, who has limited energy stocks, shall we say. And I was paying attention to something, to Gwen's energy and not Vex health, which was also a mistake. But here we are. That's part of why we're struggling here. He's probably doing like 3 damage with Flare. It's gotta be abysmal. You can set up good Earth Elementalist build to deal with them, but... What an area. That's normally how this map is. Probably, right? Honestly, I don't usually go up here, so I'm not sure. Oh my goodness, Vec, why are they beeline? Well, okay, that's why he has 46% death penalty. Yeah, Orson is healing way too much HP on him. It meant to hit Signet Rejuvenation, accidentally hit Heal Party, which is kind of like doing the opposite of what I wanted. Well, we made it, and that's the important thing. That's the important thing.
That's a good day's fight.
Man, these Guilders want to have
Harder
such
without the golems.
Gad and Ula got everything working just in the nick of time.
long torsos
Ula,
and short legs.
I was just telling Vec about your golems.
Vec, I have bad news. It's Gad.
What's he upset about now?
He was trying to boost the power of the last golem.
What are you saying?
There was an explosion. He didn't make it. I'm sorry.
I don't understand. They hated each other. They argued all the time.
Fathers and sons argue sometimes. That doesn't mean they don't care.
My father believed in the eternal alchemy. We are all part of a larger equation. And so, we commend Gad's remains to that greater equation. His ashes return to the universe, but his knowledge remains with us.
Vec, we are all sorry.
He died the way he lived, focused on his goal and consequences be damned. I tried to warn him.
I know. I understand the need to protect the ones you love. Always remember, he gave us a great victory.
I don't know how many such victories I can stand.
There, we've done it. We've completed one of the branches. Now I'm going to go clear out my inventory. And I'm going to remember that I do not want to bring this exact team composition to fight more destroyers. What's my... Oh yeah, speak to map for my reward. Yeah. We should hang up the tapestry.
Why me?
These no golems will be invaluable in defending against destroyers. We will continue to refine them and be willing to help you. Continue to refine them and be willing to help you. This comment should not be here. Please give the Bukas, I mean humans, at your Eye of the North our warmest support. Woo! Bad Sundering Bowstring, nice. Ooh, improved sale value. All the way up to 82. That was worth bumpkus. Not particularly valuable is what I'm saying. Okay. I will eventually. It's not a huge priority. Does it bother you seeing my seeing these 3 Elonian mirrors clogging up my inventory? Let's see. Wait, why do I have chocolate bunnies in 2 spots? That's just nonsense. Why are some of these worth so little? I don't know. They're mocking me.
What news?
Oh, another ID kit. Thank you. All right, let's go turn this in and then call it a stream. Sounds like a plan to me. Dedicated quest items inventory space would be very convenient. I will not, like, I will agree with that. I will agree with that. Which one do I want to put up? How about Fellowship? Let's get filled with time anyway. Very Nightfall coded. Also, the scrying pool wants to show us something. I never watch these cutscenes. Let's watch this cutscene. Deep into the pool.
Any luck?
I'm trying to get a specific vision. These destroyers are coming up from below. They have to have some underground home, some cavern they all come from.
And if we find the cavern, we can seal it up. Good plan.
So far, it has been resisting.
Congratulations. I think you found their home. Question is, where is it?
Get rid of that Call of the Eye effect. It is necessary at some point for advancing the plot, but not just yet, technically. All right, well, that's going to go ahead and be it for today's stream. I thank you all very much for watching. I have had fun, made good progress, finished the Asuran branch. Yeah, it was a good day. Anyway, take care, everyone, and until next time, fare thee well.